Check to see if I moved the delay. Open Twitch. I think it's on. So I've been working on programming off stream, and the reason why is because I bought a new monitor, and I think it's easier to learn off stream, and I'm not really sure how to do this. Because the whole purpose I bought a new computer, a new monitor, is so that I can code in one. Because I use half the screen to see the progress on the website and half the screen to see the code. And the other computer I use more for searching stuff that I don't know, like on Stack Overflow. And if I stream, then I can't show two monitors at the same time. So I kind of stopped streaming because of that. And because it's a little bit harder to learn when you're streaming, because your attention is divided and your mental space is divided. Because of, for obvious reasons, right? The stream and stuff. So I also found a website, I think is called Coding Coach. And on this website, you can find code mentors for free. And I was able to find one or two. And I found more so after that, but I changed my mind and thought that it isn't necessary anymore for the stage that I'm at, because I roughly know what I want to do and the steps I need to take to accomplish that. But one of them indicated for me to start the Odin project, which is a supplement to the Free Code Camp one. And so I started doing that and stopped the Free Code Camp. I also did a couple of the Free Code Camp off stream as well, the data visualization on Python. And I can't remember if I did React and Redux on stream, but probably not. So I stopped that, and now I did this until this project part. I did the whole foundation part on the Odin project, and I stopped on this one. And the reason why I stopped on this one, I'm drinking a little bit of coffee. So the reason why I stopped the Odin project on this one is because I was kind of getting bored and unmotivated by these projects, because it's not really exciting to do them. It's like some really basic stuff that we don't really care about. Like, I don't give a shit about building a library, and nobody's probably gonna use that. So it's really tedious when you're working on these projects because you're not really excited to do them. But I understand at the same time that the reason they have these projects is because you're not able yet to do something big and exciting, because your skills don't match the level of project you want to build. So I decided to stop this and try to build other projects on my own, following more on what I want to do, my curiosity. And then I started looking about the Mandelbrot fractal and how to code that, and I realized that most of the stuff I want to do is related to Python because of artificial intelligence, and Solidity because of smart contracts and crypto, which I think is the future. And I was doing more stuff related to websites so far, which I think is a good thing because it's easier to start with those languages. I think HTML and CSS are probably the easiest languages. Then JavaScript, then Python and JavaScript are probably similar, and then C Sharp, C++. Those lower level, I think, languages are harder to learn. And I also learned a bunch of stuff on the Odin project related to how the internet works and how the software is related to so the server is related to the client, and they guide you through all of this stuff that was kind of confusing on my mind. Yeah, thanks for following, Lunar. And it kind of gave me more clarity about this. And what I was saying. I kind of lost my train of thought. So the server, the client. Oh yeah, APIs. I also understand now what APIs are, and I still don't understand the code very well. That's the reason why I'm gonna do this portion again on the free code camp, because I also found out about another project from one Discord server that I am. It's called DevHelp, and they shared project that's gonna be for free that some people are doing that I thought it's really awesome. It's called Build Space. Maybe I'll show it. Oh, I have it here. Now here I have the crypto zombies. Yeah, I think this. I haven't found a way to stream both monitors at the same time. If I did, I would do that, but I think for now I'll just do it like this and not show the stuff I'm doing on the other one. So this is the project, and apparently they're gonna put a lot more projects. I didn't see these ones. They started with 2 projects. One is about Ethereum, and the other one is about JavaScript and building a website. No, Twitch API is this one. And the other one is about building a chat app with Ethereum. And they say you're gonna need a little bit of Redux and React. I'm not sure if it's Redux, but React. You're gonna need a little bit of knowledge about this. And I think, despite me doing all these challenges, I forgot a lot of them. And when I was trying to build projects on my own, using this, I had to research all the time. So I haven't learned this stuff yet. It's still not clear in my mind. So, but it's much better now. I think I'm making a lot of progress. So yeah. And now I think my vision is gonna be redo this. This project starts on Saturday, and I'm gonna do the Ethereum one. And this is the team that is doing this. And because I need React and Redux, I'm gonna do this coding camp challenges again. And then later on, I think my focus is gonna be more on Python and C++, and trying to understand how to manipulate data and how to transform that data into graphs, and how that connects to how can I connect that to the Ethereum smart contracts and artificial intelligence and all of this stuff, which is a lot more exciting for me than building websites. So yeah, let's start. I'm gonna put some background music on, but it's probably not gonna catch on stream. Okay. Oh yeah, so there's a difference between, so here it's saying React is an extension of JavaScript called JSX that allows you to write HTML directly in JavaScript. There's a difference between frameworks and libraries, from what I understand now. And frameworks are, from what I understand so far, frameworks are kind of like simplified versions of code that are really repetitive and everyone has to do them all the time. So people put that on a kind of like a box, and instead of you having to redo them every time, you just use the framework. So that's the purpose of a framework, as far as I know. And the difference between that and a library is that the library is more, I actually don't know exactly the difference between them still. It's not very clear to me, but I think the library is more stuff that you get things from, and the framework is stuff that it's already made for you. So yeah, it's probably a good thing to look up as well. So I think React is more of a framework than a library. But I'm not really sure. And yeah, most of the stuff I say, don't take it as a question it, because I'm still learning as well, right? So I'm not gonna be 100% correct. And it should be like that anyway, with anything you hear. So, question everything. Let's be compiled into JavaScript. Transpiler by Babel is a popular tool for this process. For our convenience, it's already added behind the scenes for these challenges. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you have to connect that. If you're doing a separate project, you have to specify on the script using the script tag and go into the Babel site and get the reference so that your page knows that is using that framework. I think I'm gonna look this up actually. Um, for some reason, it's not opening. What's the difference between a library and the framework? Maybe you can search and read it and stuff. And which one React is? It's a framework. I think it's a framework, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, you go for it with someone else. Yeah, so the library is more of the like bits and pieces that you put, and the framework is more like the building blocks of the house. And I think they both have positives and negatives. The positive is that you increase speed and you don't need to rebuild everything from the scratch, but you lose accuracy depending on what you're trying to do. Oh yeah, that's another thing, the flow of the application. Because usually I think the most common is that the client asks the server what to do. And if the server doesn't have a response, it has to throw an error message. And then, but sometimes you can have the other way around, which is also something I need to revisit because I don't remember really well. But it's kind of like, yeah. Yeah, when you use a library, you are in charge of the flow of the application, choosing when and where to call the library. When you use a framework, the framework is in charge of the flow. Provide some places for each plugin their code, but you call the code to plug it in as needed. So jQuery is a library. Yeah, Vue.js is a framework. Again, I think this is similar to React. Oh, it's a library, so no. Good to know. React is made to build full-fledged web applications, and the result is often compared with other tools that developers use to build apps like Angular, Vue, and Svelte. React is written is kind of hard for me still to understand the difference between the languages and why they exist, because it seems like the most important part is the programming part, which is the difference is that programming is more like the instructions you give and the logic behind them. So what is a function and what is an if statement? And most of the languages have this in common. And the language is the syntax in which the instructions translate into code. So Python is going to be a def for a function, JavaScript is going to be a function, but they perform the same thing. So it's kind of hard to understand exactly why these languages exist and at which point they diverge into different languages. And I think the reason why is because for some kinds of tasks, it's better to have a different syntax, but I'm not really sure if they are, maybe they are different in the way they handle different types of data as well. Because on Python, you can have like, you have lists and tuples instead of arrays, and the way that the computer communicates with that and sees that type of data is different. So I guess that's another difference that these languages have, and maybe that difference makes it better for some applications rather than others, and maybe that's why you have a lot of languages. But that's something I also have to look at, I think, because it's the most important part. I think is understanding how the computer reads the program and the scope of variables and what types of data you can manipulate. And that's the hardest part because it's not intuitive. It's not like math. It's slightly different. So the reason becomes clearer when we look at other similar tools that are used to create complete web applications. Let's look at a project like Angular, which shares the same purpose as React, to create simulations. What sets it apart is the fact that when you set up an Angular project, is bootstrapped. That's another thing I don't understand. Maybe I should look that up. I think bootstrapped, yeah, I actually looked that up. Maybe in my mind it's similar to a library, but I don't know. With nearly every single thing that you need to make a complete large scale app. Many developers like to refer to frameworks or similar solutions as having batteries included. Frameworks are a common choice for companies and anyone looking to make enterprise JavaScript applications because they include sources that a large-scale application will likely need. This includes built-in tools for common tasks like creating forms, running automated tests, making network requests, and much more. In short, everything that you need to make a complete application is included in your Angular project when it's generated. It is not the case with React. React is fundamentally unopinionated. While popular tools have emerged like Create React App, which allow you to create a complete React project in a single command, React is often referred to as unopinionated. What does it mean for React to be unopinionated? Yeah, React and React-owned libraries give us the means of building a user interface with the JSX syntax, plus powerful state management tools via hooks, among other things. However, React itself does not include many of the React-specific libraries you're going to need for most projects. Angular and Vue, by comparison, include many more tools, all bundled within the core package itself. Many developers consider this discussion of what is and isn't a library to be trivial. It has real consequences for our development process. In other words, because React is a library and not a framework, becoming a skilled React developer entails having a good knowledge of third-party React libraries. Since React is a library, you must choose the tools on your An API is basically a software that connects softwares. And pretty much all data from all websites are either an array or a list or something like that. And that's how they call each other. They make a request, which if your code camp challenges, you're gonna have this. Limit. CSS framework. Bootstrapping is any test or metric that uses random sampling with replacement. Falls under the broader class of resampling methods. Bootstrapping assigns measures of accuracy to sample estimates. This technique allows estimation of the sampling distribution of almost any statistic. And I think this is something different. Maybe this explanation is more related to programming. Yeah, it's just a framework. Okay, it's right. It's written between the curly braces. I think I'm really gonna take my time in each test just to integrate it more. That's one of the challenges I've been having so far, is that this constant battle between trying to do something that's interesting and accepting the grind of just doing the simple stuff. That's really boring, but it's the building blocks and the foundations, and you have to really know it well. Okay, so this function call is what places your JSX into React's own lightweight representation of the DOM. The DOM is the document object model, I think. Is basically what the page is. Each part of the DOM is a node, if I remember correctly. So if you have an element like a div, that's a node. And there's slight differences between a node and what's written. I think everything that's written is a node, and then elements are parent nodes, and what's written inside of them are child nodes. And there's some relation like that, but I don't remember really well. But I know DOM is like basically what you see on the HTML. And this command creates a model of that for React. Because this language JSX, which React uses, doesn't have direct access, I think. React then uses snapshots of its own DOM to optimize updating only specific parts of the actual DOM. Current code uses JSX to assign a div element to the constant JSX. Place the div in an annotation. Okay, so this is pretty easy. The projects are usually, that's really hard. Okay, so JSX must return a single element. And this one element wraps all the other elements. So if they are written as, you have to wrap them on a container, otherwise it doesn't work. Yeah, this is valid because it's inside this container div, and this is invalid because you have 3 elements, and it can only return them. Find a new constant JSX that renders a div, which contains the following elements in order. So const JSX div. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Return the info. Because they want you to understand that it has to be wrapped around container div. Another list I think is OLAL, maybe. And I think order list is like UL. I'm not pretty sure. Okay, there's a mistake here. Oh, it has to be in curly braces, I think. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Oh, you didn't close it. Yeah. Maybe it's UL because. Let's try. Yeah. So all L is ordered and UL is unordered. So JSX gets compiled into JavaScript. Sometimes for readability, you might need to add comments to your code. Like most programming languages, JSX has its own way to do this. You need to add comments to your code. So this is about comments, and it's the same way that. Oh, I should put on this next time, and this parenthesis. So that's how you comment on JSX. I'm not sure if it's possible to do this here, but usually the way I discovered how to do on the VS Code is pressing Ctrl and then the dash. But here it doesn't work, so I don't know how to say this, but press Ctrl and then this element here that I'm hiding. So that's not it. We need to put this curly braces. Sure. Oh, I can't modify the text. I think it has to be inside the comment has to be inside the elements. Maybe like this. Better. The existing H1P elements should not be modified. Oh, I understand now. So I need to write a comment without modifying it. I think that's what they want me to do. And I'm not sure if I should put the curly braces on or if it's just for illustration purposes here. Let's do one. Maybe it's outside. This is pretty normal to happen for me. We just have to try a bunch of different stuff until we get one. Until we get it right. Maybe later. Yeah, there we go. So it couldn't be inside of them or between them, because that's what the test wants. Also, React's API is React-DOM. React-DOM offers a simple method to render React elements to the DOM, which look like this: React-DOM.render component render target node. Where the first argument is the React. So usually the way I see people doing this is they create one single div on the HTML element and they call it root. They put an ID of root, and then they put the name of the React as app on the page of the JS file. Then they put app here, and then root documents.get element by ID and root, which is the ID of the node they want to target. And then they write all the HTML on the JS file, which I particularly didn't like that much because I think it's better to separate them. But I don't know, maybe there's other libraries or frameworks that do it differently. React-DOM render must be called after the JSX element declarations. Just like how you must declare variables before using them. So it has to come at the end of the page, because the computer reads them in order. So here I have to use I'm not really sure how to do this, because there's only a constant, and so I'm guessing here is JSX, which is the constant, and here is the element document get element by ID. This command takes the one element from HTML and tells JavaScript what it is. Usually you assign it to a constant, and that constant becomes the element from HTML. Best finds JSX elements directly in this argument in use document get element by ID. Select the DOM node to render potential. There's a div with ID challenge node. Yeah. Maybe this is correct. Nice. So if I understand this correctly, this is taking this code and rendering on this element, and this element is not showing here, but it's an HTML file with a div, and this div has the ID challenge node. So this makes it this constant render on that node. So it puts this code right here on the side of the node. Because React is a library and can't directly connect with the DOM. And there's other stuff that I see that is similar with this, which is part of the OD project one. I think it's jQuery that it's called, but I'm not really sure. But you have to use this all the time, and instead of get element by ID, I was using query selector and query selector all, but it does pretty much the same thing. So usually when you want to manipulate node elements, node HTML elements on the JavaScript file, you have to do this, and I usually assign them to the same name. So if I put the ID of the div as challenge node, I would make a constant called const challenge node, and then I will make it equal to the query selector of the node, and then you can just work with that constant on the JavaScript file. Yeah, so instead of class, use class name for React. JS for JSL. Apply the class name. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly. Click event in JSX is on click instead of on click. Likewise, on change becomes on change. While there's a subtle difference, it isn't an important one to keep in mind. The class of my div to the name div provided in the JS file. Oh, it's to the div, not to the HTML. Let's hope it works, yes. Self-close name tags, so I'm assuming they want me to do this. Here. So this is very simple, but it's basically some tags that you don't need to make open and close brackets. You just put them in one bracket, which is the case here. For images, is the same thing. But let me read this thing anyway. I'm gonna go to the document real quick. I think I did this. That's basically an explanation of what I just said. I think I'm gonna buy a different microphone as well because I'm using this acapella thing. Because I did not have the money to buy one, but I have some money now, and I might ask people which is the best one. Not the best, but the most cost efficient. and go back to streaming more often. But I think if I stream, I'm only gonna show, because I want to build real projects after this, and I wasn't streaming because of that. So I think I'm just gonna show the page with the code and the website, if that's what I'm building, or the software. And I'm gonna leave the other screen just for myself. And yeah, I will focus more on the code than on the stream. And I think streaming really helps you be more accountable, especially when you're doing something like programming, because you're by yourself. And even though I still work every day, pretty much, now I'm taking the weekends off, but before I was working every day and studying. But it's different because when you're by yourself, you tend to just look at websites and stuff and take more breaks, even if you're unconscious of it. And sometimes it's good because it takes a lot of energy to keep focused 100% of the time, but other times it's better to just focus on one thing and not get distracted. But the downside is that it becomes a little bit more harder, a little bit harder to learn, because yeah, you're paying attention to, some of your attention is directed to the stream and what you're saying, how you look and stuff, even if it's subconscious. Like some of the stuff I tried to, I was relearning off stream before. It's just a lot easier than doing on stream, because of the pressure of knowing that people can be watching. It really makes you appreciate other people that are streaming, and you realize, like, damn, they must be really good when they're off stream, because, or they just got used to people watching, so they don't even think anymore. Like when I watch Hikaru play and Chessbro, they played like extremely well. They play chess extremely well on stream, and you start thinking like, damn, it looks so easy when they're doing it. It's really hard. It's probably extremely hard to be on their position, and be the ones doing the thing. So there are two ways to create a React component. The first way is to use the JavaScript function. So React component, JavaScript function. Okay. Defining a component in this way creates a stateless functional component. Stateless functional component. The concept of state in an application will be covered in later chapter. For now, think of a stateless component as one that can receive data and render it, but does not manage or track changes of that data. We'll cover the second way to create a React component in the next challenge. To create a component with a function, you simply write a JavaScript function that returns either JSX or no. One important thing to One important thing to note is that React requires your function name to begin with a capital letter. Yeah. I had a lot of problems doing this by myself when I was trying to build something on my own. And I guess it's okay because you're not going to be able to remember everything anyway. So that's part of the whole thing. You just have to be used to looking things up all the time. Is one key of the advantage of the component architecture React provides. It allows you to compose your UI from many separate isolated components. This makes it easier to build and maintain complex user interfaces. Code editor has a function called myComponent. Complete this function so it returns a single div element. So it should return, and here we pick a div. This is the value that the function returns. Okay. Put some text here. This is the other way to define. So one is a function that is stateless, and the other is a class that has a state, I'm assuming. And they will explain what a state is later on. Yeah, this is kind of difficult to understand as well. I know what a constructor is on a class. Usually when you have a class, you want to define an object so that you can use this object on other forms later on. So the constructor would be like a model of the object. So if you have a cat, you define the properties of a cat inside the object that is the constructor inside the class, so that later on you can use that object to define different types of cats. So you'd put on the constructor something like it's a cat, or it has 4 legs, something like that, the properties inside the object. And then you use those properties to create different objects from that base with specific characteristics, like the color of the cat or the size or stuff like that. But I don't understand in this context of React really well. And what's the purpose of these super props here in the constructor? Props, I'm assuming, is there's other thing that's really complicated, which is the this statement. And I think it falls under this one. And that's something it's still hard for me to understand. I think it's one of the hardest things to understand, and I had to watch a lot of videos on it, but I'm kind of getting the grasp of it. So basically, I mean, explain. So when you have a this statement, let me try to explain actually, because I don't even know if I understand it correctly, but when you have something like that, this dot cat equals cat, or vice versa, and then you have a function that has cat here, for example, on the constructor object. This is going to be referring to the value that you assigned inside of the function. So it's kind of like a shortcut to assign the value without having to specify it, because you might change the value later, but you want the value to be assigned to the same thing. It's kind of hard to explain. So I'm assuming the props goes in the same line as that. And I'm probably gonna have to look it up again, this stuff about this, because it's really confusing. So creates class kidding, which extends React component class. The kidding class now has access to many useful React features, such as local state and lifecycle hooks. Don't worry if you aren't familiar with the standards yet. They'll be covered in greater detail in later challenges. Also notice the kidding class is a constructor defined within it that calls super. It uses super to call the constructor of the parent class. It uses super to call the constructor of the parent class. In this case, React component. The constructor is a special method used during the initialization of objects that are created with the class keyword. It is best practice to call a component's constructor with super and pass props to both. This makes sure the component is initialized properly. For now, know that's a standard for this code to be included. Soon you'll see other uses for the constructor as well as props. My component is defined the code editor using class syntax. Finish writing the render method so it returns a div. Element that contains h1. With the text. Yeah. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe it has to be inside curly braces. Not curly braces, parentheses. Maybe it's return. No. Oh, maybe it's return and then parentheses. Yeah, that's the confusing part that I always forget. Stuff like this, where to put the curly braces and the parentheses and how to organize the stuff. When React encounters a custom HTML tag that references another component, a component named wrapped in this symbol here, like in this example, it renders the markup for that component in the location of the tag. I'm not really sure what this means. Okay, I think I got it. So basically, these are the child components for the app one, which is the parent. Okay, so this is child components and returns this. And this is the parent. So I have to render this inside of this. maybe yeah. So this works not only for elements but for functions, or constant, which is a function. Which I didn't know about. I probably will forget about this later. Bundle composition is one of React's powerful features. When you work with React, it is important to start thinking about your user interface in terms of components like that example in the last challenge. Break down your UI into its basic building blocks, and those pieces become the components. This helps to separate the code responsible for the UI from the code responsible for handling your application logic. Can greatly simplify the development and maintenance of complex projects. So I think what this is saying is that you should separate the functions, and then on the parent one you just put the order of the functions, like in the last example. So you create different functions outside, and then on the parent one, which is going to be the main one that's rendered to the DOM, you only specify which functions you want with the closing tag, like the last example. Types of fruits. The types of fruit component and composites are nested within the fruits component. It's the same thing we did on the last one. Maybe it's not working because it's not showing up here. No, I have to nest it here, probably. Then take the fruits. So it's this exercise show that you can nest components, I think, by using this closing tag. Now it shows up. So I think this is the best practice when building React stuff. You can nest everything depending on the flow of the information of the application you want to build. I think soon I'll need to take a break already because I'm not tired already. Maybe a short meditation break and I'll come back. Maybe I'll watch the videos instead. I'm taking a break. The coding challenge. These ones. But this is Python. And this is JS. You can try to build that one. So you can render one inside of the other one. Types of fruit. It's rendering vegetables, which is another component. Here, which doesn't show you. There's fruits components from the last chapter. And that's two components inside of fruits. So this one. I think this is gonna be another easy one. Next, the fruits class component into the types of fruit. Just the same thing. None of the React code you write will render to the DOM without making a call to the React DOM API. So it's always calling the API to render this stuff. This is only about rendering, okay. Both the fruits and vegetables components are defined for you behind the scenes. And they're both components as children of types of food. So we have first render nest them here. Then you render React them. And the way you do it is by specifying it here in document get element ID challenge names. Oops. Yeah, there we go. I think this is correct. Yes. It's time to write a component on your own. React components are the core building blocks of React applications, so it's important to become very familiar with writing them. Remember, a typical React component is an ES6 class which extends React's component. It has a render method that returns HTML from JSX or new. This is the basic form of a React component. Once you understand this well, you will be prepared to start building more complex React projects. So, okay. Now is the difficult one. To remember everything. So, I think it's actually stands React component. Now, I can't remember if this, I think it's this one. Then we have a constructor. This constructor has a super. And then here is render and return. And here's the stuff we're gonna return. So, okay, this is wrong for some reason. Render method should return a div that contains an h1 tag with the text. Let's see if I put something here. So apparently it works. It is not rendering anything. Oh, I have to render. I should call that method to render to the page, I think. So I kind of already forgot the command to render. And my components. Document.get should be right, I think. Nice. This is the stuff I was having trouble with. It's kind of hard to remember exactly the syntax here and why it's rendered with this open and close tab. I guess it's a built-in method for React, but it's hard to understand exactly why it's written this way. Maybe it's a function from React library that is built behind the scenes. And you're just calling the function and assigning a different thing. Not a different thing, but assigning what you want it to display. That's another thing I have to look up, I think, is that it's kind of hard to understand. Now I'm getting more comfortable with it, but I think everybody probably has a trouble with this, which is differentiating what words are from the language and things you can do with the language and what are just made up by people as they do it. Yeah, props. In React, you can pass props or properties to child components. So you have an app component which renders a child component called welcome, which is stateless functional component. You can pass welcome a user property by writing. Okay, so app and the welcome is the child of the app. And you can pass the property to the child by doing this. Use custom HTML attributes created by you and supported by React should be passed to the component. In this case, the created property user is passed to the component welcome. Since welcome is a stateless functional component, it has access to this value like so. Const welcome props hello props.user. So this is a little bit hard to understand. So welcome is a child of the app, which is a function that takes this property, which is a value that the function uses. And in this context, is used to access the user value, which is here. So whenever you see a dot or a brackets like this, it just means that you have something accessing the other thing. So in this case, getting the props for the user, I think. So it's basically replacing this with the mark string, which is the same thing. It is standard to call this value props, and when dealing with stateless functional components, you basically consider it as an argument to a function which returns JSX. You can access the value of the argument in the function body. With class components, you'll see this is a little different. There are calendar and current date. Current date, calendar. Calendar is the parent, current date is the child. Rendering current date from the calendar component passes in a property of date assigned to the current date from JavaScript's date object. So I'm assuming it's here. I don't know how to pass the date object. I think it's. Oh, let's keep reading this. Then access this prop in the current date component, which would be as I'm this one. Yeah, curly braces props dot date. For some reason, this is wrong. This is where it starts to get confusing. Showing its value within the pitons. Note that for prop values should be evaluated as JavaScript, they must be enclosed in curly braces. For instance, date equals date. Okay. So maybe it has to be like this. But I think this is wrong for some reason. Maybe I have to put it's inside current date. Props here is equal to maybe it's the only div. Yeah, I think this one I might have to look up on the hint stuff. Oh, I think it's the other way around. Date has to be equal to maybe oh, I get it now. So I have to put it here inside of here, and I need to put props.date here. Maybe it's like this. But it doesn't make a lot of sense because I haven't defined what date is inside of current date. Okay, so this is the child component. It has the prop here, which is user. Oh, here, date, not here. So this is supposed to be assigned to this. Oh, here is date. Yeah, there we go. I think this works. Yes, that's cool. So this is a little bit confusing. I thought it was the other way around. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to specify what it is here, and then access here. It's more intuitive to me to specify what date is inside of this and call it here. Okay, so this access this date property using this whatever is called here in the function. And then when it renders, it has to be here. Here is specifying what date is, and then here is the access street. And if I don't specify it, it's fine, but it doesn't show up then. But it still works, the code with it, even though that it doesn't know what it is. I think it's because, I think I get it now. It's because of the scope of execution from React. React's gonna first execute this, and because it executes this first, it's okay to have it specify what it is here, because when it's executing this, it's gonna take this value and then look into the function here, instead of looking to the function first, and then, because this is the React component, so it's gonna render this first. That's probably the source of my confusion there. And that's what I think is a little bit different from JavaScript. Because on JavaScript, you execute the function one by one, and whichever function is on top is going to be executed first. So maybe on JavaScript this doesn't work because you'd have to specify what date is before you execute the function, so that it knows what the value is. Otherwise, it's going to throw an error. But since React renders this component first, it's okay to do it like this. Because you're specifying what the value is when it renders, and then it calls the function and access this value using these props. These props components. But what the props is, I still don't understand really well. It's saying it's date, but it's not really because we have props here. Oh, the creator property user is passed to the component welcome. Since welcome is a stateless functional component, it has access to this value. Excellent. It is standard to call this value props. And when dealing with stateless functional components, you basically consider it as an argument to a function which returns JSX. You can access the value of the argument in the function body. With class components, you see this is a little bit different. Oh, it's just because if you want to use these props with a lot of different stuff, like you can have date, you can have other objects like user. And then you would be able to access to the props. Yeah, it shows up marked here. So props is a general thing that you use every time you want to assign a different thing. That's why it existed. So it's kind of a common value that the function will use to access different methods. I'll probably have to do this several times until I finally don't have to look it up anymore. But it's becoming more clear every time I look at it and try to understand what it actually, what's the use for, instead of just looking at it and trying to copy stuff. I'm gonna go to the bathroom right back. Okay, now it's teaching how to pass an array to props. And you do it by putting on curly braces and then specifying the array. So the array methods can be used when you're accessing the props. Okay, now let's see if I remember everything. I remember the logic correctly. So here I think I need to assign first here, right? Because this is gonna be the thing that's rendering. Okay. Then from this, the props is gonna access whatever I specify here, which is gonna be an array probably. There are lists and to-do components in the code editor. This to-do. I'm rendering each list from the to-do component passing a tasks property. So it's going to be tasks. Let's choose something. Which is probably going to be curly braces because that's how you do it. And then it's going to be an array. Then next is this tasks array in the list component showing value within the p element. Okay, so in here it is going to be props.tasks. And then if you want to do another method to manipulate the array, you would put the like join or split or splice, things like that. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do both of them, but I think so. Yeah, and here you can see that it's all together. So I did maybe join. Yeah, now it joins the array and puts a space on the things. And if I want to put different things, obviously I can do it by rewriting the elements in the array. Use join and then comma to display the props.task array in the PM. This list should have at least 2 tasks, and tomorrow should have at least 3 in these classes. React also has an option to set default props. You assign default props to a component as property on the component itself, and React assigns the default prop if necessary. These allow you to specify what the prop value should be if no value is explicitly provided. For example, if you declare my component dot default props equal location, and San Francisco, you have defined a location prop that sets to the string San Francisco, unless you specify otherwise. React assigns default props if props are undefined. But if you pass null as a value for a prop, it will remain null. So this is just for the default. If you want to assign a default props, so that the value of the props is going to exist in case you don't specify it somewhere. That's how you do it. Okay, so maybe shopping carts dot default props equals, and then it's going to be equal to an object which has items which is 0. Maybe I did something wrong because it's not shown, or I have to call. Yeah, there. The way to override the default props is to explicitly set the prop values for a component. The shopping cart component now enters the child component items, which is here. This items component has a default prop quantity set to the integer 0. Override the default prop by passing a value of 10. So the props equals 10, maybe. Something like this. Per quantity. I think it's not like this. I think we need to call quantity. So it isn't like this. I understand what it wants me to do, but not sure how to do it. Maybe it's quantity. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this sets the default of props to 0 for this value, which is quantity, and then it calls here. So it's accessing the quantity of props using the default because nothing is specified. So you have to specify the value of quantity if you want to change what props is accessing. There we go. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to mention, but I'm also gonna do this, I think, which should be a warm-up for the build space project on Solidity. Solidity is the coding language for smart contracts on Ethereum. Later on, I think I'm probably gonna look up for the Cardano one also. If I understand correctly, these different crypto coins have a different structure for smart contracts. So Ethereum has one, and Cardano has one, and then there are other protocols for each thing. And I read about it, and the initial things they tell you to read. And apparently that the way it works is that Ethereum works on a virtual machine that has access to the code to each node of the Ethereum network. And then the Solidity is the language that communicates with that virtual machine structure, which has the protocols for Ethereum. And as the developer, you only need to know Solidity. Yeah. I think that's it. I don't remember really well. And smart contracts are basically sets of code that tells you the application what to do, just like any other application, but instead of being on a server or on your computer, it stays on the decentralized Ethereum network. In case you use Solidity and the Ethereum virtual machines as nodes for your application. And then I think each computer has its own virtual machine of Ethereum and is decentralized because there's a bunch of computers that have this virtual machine, and they maintain the network through staking, and they get rewards based off that. And staking is when you hold the virtual machine on your computer, I think. I think that's how it works, but I'm not sure. So maybe I should do this after I'm done with the React stuff. And then after I do this, I'm gonna start the Python stuff, which should be more exciting because of the stuff, the things I want to do in the future. So I already did this one. React provides useful type checking features to verify that components receive props of the correct type. For example, your application makes an API call to retrieve data that you expect to be in an array, which is then passed to a component as a prop. Okay, let's read that again. Your application makes an API call. So your application sends a request to an API, which is another software, to receive the data that you expect to be in an array. So you're calling another application to get data from an array, which is then passed to a component as a prop, which is going to be used as a prop in your application of one of your components. You can set prop types on your component to require the data to be of type array. So this is to specify which type of data you are getting from the API. User throw a useful warning when the data is of any other type. It's considered a best practice to set prop types when you know the type of a prop ahead of time. You can define a prop types property for a component in the same way you defined default props. Doing this will check that props of a given key are present with a given type. This is an example to require the type function for a prop called Untitled. So this is basically to specify which type of data you want to get when you're requesting something from an API. And it's specified here. So the items dot prop types equals true. Curly braces. Then you specify quantity and types dot array is required. Prop types are not fine. And I keep reading. Consider best practice to set prop types when you know ahead of time. Doing this will check prop types key, blah blah. Require the type function for a prop called NP. So the props and the click, it should be right here. Right here. The example above, the prop types dot func var checks the handle click is a function. Oh, I have to put in camel case. Is required of undefined. So this is the wrong part. Also notice that func represents function. Among the 7 JavaScript primitive types, function and boolean written as bool are the only two that use unusual spelling. Oh, I think camel case might be needed. Oh, it's because it's a number, not an array. Maybe that works. For example, you can check that a prop is a rect element. Please refer to the documentation for all of the options. Note as of rect, this number prop types is imported independently from rect. Like this, import prop types from prop types. Okay, so this is a library name that you have to import from that place. I'm gonna read this now. Define prop types for items. Components should require quantity as a prop and verify that it's of type number. Correct. Okay, so now I have two components. Okay. That's several challenges covered the basic way to pass props to child components. What if the child components that you're passing prop to is an ES6 class component rather than a stateless functional component? The ES6 class component uses a slightly different convention to access props. Anytime you refer to a class component within itself, you use this keyword. Yeah, that's the stuff that is really confusing. To access props within a class component, you preface the code that you use to access it with this. For example, if an ES6 class component has a prop called data, you write this props data, JSX. Create an instance of the return temp password component in the parent component. Render an instance of the return temp password component in the parent component reset password. So this is the parent, this is the child. And I have to render here, so return temp password. Here you give return temp password, prop of temp password, and assign it a value of a string that is at least 8 characters long. So I'm not sure exactly what this means. I think it's something like this that I have to do, but how do I specify that it's 8 characters long? I'm not sure. I might need to use prop types. Prop types would be used to make sure it's a string, I think. Not the amount of characters that the string has. Within the child, return temp password. Access the temp password prop with the strong tags to make sure the user sees the temporary password. Within the strong tags. So yeah, with this props dot password. Maybe I should just put the number. Oh. Nice. So I'm not really sure, because what if you want this to change? So, yeah, same thing, but Except for the last challenge, you've been passing props to stateless functional components. These components act like pure functions. They accept props as input and return the same view every time they are passed the same props. You maybe wonder what state is. In the next challenge, we'll cover it in more detail. Before that, here's a review of the terminology for components. A stateless functional component is any function you write which accepts props and returns JSX. A stateless component, on the other hand, is a class that extends React component but does not use internal state. Covered in action. Finally, stateful component is a class component that does maintain some internal state. You may see stateful components referred to simply as components or React components. A common pattern is to try to minimize statefulness and to create stateless functional components wherever possible. This helps contain your state management to a specific area of your application. In turn, this provides development and maintenance of your app by making it easier to follow how changes to state affect its behavior. The code editor has a campsite was on. Then there's a camper. So here is it's gonna render another component, another function that is camper. Define the camper component and assign it default props of name camperbot. So gonna be function. Here's gonna be have props as states. I'm not sure if I should use constructor props, probably. This is wrong. Because it's a const and this is a function and not a class. I'm not sure if I should do it like this or if I should make a function instead. I think that's how you assign default props. This. So since I'm getting this error, I'm gonna try to do it the other way. Erase this. Still giving me any props here. Yeah, I think I'll have to look it up because I don't remember how to set things up. Inside the camper component, render any code that you. Maybe it is the other one, actually. Make sure to have one P element that includes only the name value that is passed in as a prop. This one I have to look at. I hear a sound, so. Lunar got killed. Thanks for following. Find prop types on camper. Component should require a name should be provided as a prop and verify that it is of type string. The issue I forgot how that it's right, the default props and the prop types, the right way to call it. Maybe it's an equal, something like this. Yeah, this is the thing I have the most trouble with, is remembering exactly the way I should put the syntax in the thing. I think I understand the logic so far, but find prop types in the camper component should require a name to be provided as. Maybe I should go back and try to redo the challenges, the previous ones, so I remember, instead of looking at the hint or the solution. So let me see if I remember. This is gonna be rendering first, and it's gonna call camper. And I shouldn't write anything here. So the thing's gonna actually be here. The props. and I need to define it. There needs to be somewhere something like this. Props dot name, or this props dot name. The name is gonna be camperbot, and then I need to find a way to connect the props with this property here. By using default props. But how exactly do I do? The code editor has a campsite component that renders a camper component as a shell. Define the camper component and assign it default props of name camperbot. It should be like this. It should be something like this. Maybe it's props here. Like this. No. Maybe it's curly and parentheses. Maybe it's not equal. Oh, perhaps. I think I'll go back on the previous ones just to remember everything. Okay. Start on this one again. So here, I already forgot. Okay. Props. Tasks equals curly braces, an array, and then here I put random stuff. And then here I have to call props dot task. Yeah. And then I put join, which is the method. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Oh shit. It feels really easy, really easy. All these challenges, then when you put all together, it's really confusing. And I forgot everything already. I guess it's part of the process. Okay, so this is the default props one. So it's outside of the return. And here is just function. Props. Can assign default props to a component as a property on the component itself, and React assigns the default prop if necessary. This allows you to specify what the prop value should be if no value is explicitly provided. For example, if you declare my component.default props, so it is equal. But it's outside of the render key. And it's not a class. It's a function that it should be doing. Yes. So it is equal to an object and outside of the render stuff. Here's override, so quantity equals to 10. Now prop types, let me see if I... The issue I'm having is with the syntax. I think it's prop types, like this. Something like that. I don't remember. That should be items. And then here, specify quantity of types number is. Yeah, there we go. This one is hard to remember. So the first one is the function. I don't remember. Let me see. First one is the function. Then prop types equals the object, and then quantity is gonna be the one that you wanna specify which is gonna be the type. And then you put this, which prop types, and then the type of data you want, and dot is required. And here it doesn't use, oh, you use as props. Inside of the function. Oh, here is the one that it didn't use. Props. So here, I think I need to do this. Props. Dot temp password. No. Yeah, temp password, and then This is wrong for some reason. So I have to render the return first and put this inside of it, I think. Maybe it's props that impossible. No, there we go. One, two, three. I think I already forgot everything. So it is a constant. It is a function. Then it's gonna have a render. Gonna be paragraph. Or maybe because if I put it as a function, then it doesn't have a render. Only if it's a React component. So maybe class is correct. And then I need to do the which is the constructor. But why is this giving me never? I think props should be defined here. Like this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I might have to look this one now. The name value that is passed in as a prop. We're gonna make it equal to an empty string. How do I call the prop without assigning a value? That's the question. And let's see if I do a const, it's gonna stop giving me an error. Let me erase this. Still an error. Maybe it's return. but it should be rendering this with camperbot. And if I put props in, it still doesn't work. If from the other exercise, I don't think it was inside of the function, but since nothing is showing, and I'm pretty sure that this is how you do it. Should put a default props. So let me think. Maybe I think the equal has to be here, but I can't change this part of the code. Yeah, maybe it's here, then it should call props. So name. And get props. So let's test this and see. The camper component should include prop types which require the name. That should be, oh, I forgot to put the prop type as well. It's camper dot prop. Show name dot prop types string. I think that should be camel case. It's required. Okay, so this probably. Oh, so there we go. I was thinking that it must show up here, but I think if you put here, then it will show up. That should be equal ones. Perhaps something like this. Or maybe you should do it. Yeah, I'm not sure how I make it show up there. Perhaps definitely. Now it shows up. But it shows up as camper. And I want it to be camper bot. Maybe it's camper dot props. Let me camper dot props. No, it doesn't show. The question is, how do I make it show up there? The default for name is camperbot. So maybe if I just call name, then doesn't work. I think I need to make it equal to something. It should be something like this. I think I passed the test, but I suspect that I didn't do something quite right. Let me see something. This passes the test. Maybe I should do this outside of the... Yeah, now it shows up. Yeah, I think this is the correct way. But they both pass. So it wasn't show up because it was defining the default props inside of camper function. And for some reason this doesn't work. I think that is because of the scope. When you define it inside the camper function, this campsite doesn't have access to the default property. And when you define it outside, then it becomes a global variable. That's probably the reason. Let's see the solution. Thank you. Const camper props equal props name, and then they define it outside. Maybe they should fix this. State consists of any data your application needs to know about. That can change over time. You want your apps to respond to state changes and present an updated UI when necessary. React offers a nice solution for the state management of modern web applications. You create state in your React component by declaring a state property on the component class in its constructor. Okay. Yeah, this initializes component with state when it is created. The state property must be set to a JavaScript object. Declaring it looks like this. So this.state equals an object. You have access to the state object throughout the life of your component. You can update it, render it in your UI, and pass it as props to child components. The state object can be as complex or as simple as you need it to be. Note that you must create a class component by extending React component in order to create state like this. Okay, so you must create a class component, which is this stuff here. If you want to build state like this. I don't know exactly why you use this on state and use props on constructor. There's probably a reason. Maybe you want to separate these two keywords because they're going to take different types of value, be attached to different types of functions on other components. props is more for the properties of the class, and states for the functional attributes of each thing, I'm assuming. There is a component in the code editor that is trying to render a name property from its state. So this is that state and name. So here the specs going to be something like this. However, there is no state defined. Initialize the component with state in the constructor and assign your name to a property of name. Once you define initial state, you can display any part of the UI that is rendered. Component is stateful, it will always have access to the data in state in its render method. You can access the data with this .state. If you want to access a state value within the return of the render method, you have to enclose the value in curly braces. So if you want to access the state within the return render method, which is this, you need to put in curly braces, similar like with functions. State is one of the most powerful features of components in React. It allows you to track important data in your app and render a UI in response to changes in this data. If your data changes, your UI will change. React uses what is called a virtual DOM to keep track of changes behind the scenes. When state data updates, it triggers a re-render of the components using that data, including child components that received data as a prop. Okay. React updates the DOM, the actual DOM, but only where necessary. This means you don't have to worry about changing the DOM. Simply declare what the UI should look like. Note that if you make a component stateful, no other components are aware of its state. Its state is completely encapsulated or local to that component, unless you pass state data to a child component as props. Okay, so this is a little bit confusing. This last part. Unless you pass state data to a child component as props. So only it's kind of like a variable, the same concept. Only the constructor has access to its state, and the other parts of the code can't see the state unless you pass that state as a props. You get it now. So if you put this props.state, then the other components can see the state of this component. But if you just put this.state, then the only component that has access is the component that the state is declared at, I think. This notion of encapsulated state is very important because it allows you to write certain logic, then have that logic contained and isolated in one place in your code. In the code editor, my component is already stateful. It has this state. Define an h1 tag in the component's render. So h1 method which renders the value of name from the component's state. So that should be on curly braces. State.name. Maybe I need to put this. Yeah. These other ones don't only have this. And if you take it out, it's also gonna. So this keyword is used to access the variable inside of the component, the class, or the function. And from what I've seen on some tutorials and people building stuff is used a lot by people that have more experience. The h1 should only render the value from state and nothing else. In JSX, any code you write with curly braces will be treated as JavaScript. So to access the value from state, just enclose this reference in curly braces. This is correct. There is another way to access state in a component. In the render method, before the return statement, you can write JavaScript directly. For example, you could declare functions access data from state or props, require computations on this data, and so on. Then you can assign any data to variables which you have access to in the return statement. In the myComponent render method, define a const called name. MyComponent render methods. Const name. And set it equal to the name value in the component's state. State. So this is going to make this constant name equals to the state of the component here. Because you can write JavaScript directly in this part of the code, you don't have to enclose this reference in curly braces. So on the render, you don't need to use curly braces, but on the return, you need to specify that it's JavaScript code. Next, in the return statement, render this value in an H1. Okay. So here, I suppose you need to put it on curly braces. And you put just name because you assigned here as a constant. Yeah. The previous challenges covered component state and how to initialize state in the constructor. There is also a way to change the component's state. React provides a method for updating component state called setState. You call the setState method within your component class like so, this.setState, passing in an object with key value pairs. The keys are your state properties, and the values are the updated state data. For instance, if we were starting a username state and wanted to update it, it would look like this. So this is the whatever key you want, whatever property you want to define, and this is the value of the property, just like any other object in JavaScript. And the setState method is going to set the state for the component. So it's when you want to dynamically change the status. So because the handle click function performs a certain action when you click a button. The thing. So I think this challenge is going to be to change the state of the component when you click this button right here. Because here you have onClick, which is the call method for this function. And this is going to activate this function right here for this method, which calls this component state that is defined here. So it calls this function for this state. And then you can use setState inside this function to change the name here. So actually parentheses, then curly braces. Then you pick the name and set to whatever you want. And then it changes the value. Which is assigned to this click me, and then here it assigns this value as the name property of this component here, which is attached to the this keyword, which calls that the state is .state. Dot name, which is this part of the object. And if you have different properties here, you can access by putting them here instead of name, like number or anything you want to put there. And then you would have to update here as well. React expects you to never modify state directly, instead always use this set state when state changes occur. Also, you should note that React may batch multiple states updates in order to improve performance. What this means is that state updates through this set state method can be asynchronous. There's an alternative syntax for the set state method which provides a way around this problem. This is rarely needed, but it's good to keep in mind. Please consult the React documentation for further details. So this word here means that as asynchronous means that the program doesn't execute the action directly. It's, when you are calling a server, for example, it has to wait for the data to come or something like this. So it doesn't execute the codes right away. It waits whatever time you specified or other functions to finish. So we finish running the code. So it's kind of a little bit difficult to understand as well. But I think it's going to talk more about it in the later challenges. There is a button element in the code editor which has an on-click handler. This handler is triggered when the button receives a click event in the browser. Once the handle click method defined on my component. Within the handle click method, update the component states using this set state, set a name property, state should equal the string React box. It has to be and if I click it again, it doesn't change anymore because that's the only function that you can put an if statement here as well. In case you want to do it so it changes value every time you click. I assume. I did something similar on other projects by using query selector instead of React. Yes. Okay. In addition to setting and updating state, you can also define methods for your component class. Class method typically needs to use the this keyword so it can access properties on the class, such as state and props, inside the scope of the method. There are a few ways to allow your class methods to access this. One common way to explicitly bind this in the constructor so this becomes bound to the class methods when the component is initialized. One common way is to explicitly bind this in the constructor so this becomes bound to the class methods when the component is initialized. You may have noticed the last challenge used this.handleClick equals this handleClick bind this for each handleClick method in the constructor. Then, when you call a function like this .setState within your class method, this refers to the class and will not be undefined. So I remember watching a video about this, which is really confusing. I'm not sure if I really get it, but I think the difference is that when you don't use this function, this is going to be whatever the state is, and when you bind, it becomes binded to the method that you have inside the component. I think that's how it works. Because when you have multiple classes calling this is going to be whatever the last call was happened on. So if you have two functions and they both call this method, this is always going to be assigned, the value of this is always going to be assigned within the scope of the function. But if you bind this, then it's going to be attached to the first value that it called, the first function that called this. So in this case, if you had another class that it isn't my component, is other component, for example, and you have a this.state text, if my component called other component, and they both have this, inside the other component, this would be equivalent to whatever is happening in that function. But if you bind this to this state, it's gonna be always equivalent to what is happening in my component, which is the first function that called the this method. And then on the other component, it's gonna use the value from my component instead of using the value inside of the other component. If I understand this correctly from the other videos I watched, but I'm not quite really sure on that. Note that this keyword is one of the most confusing aspects of JavaScript, but plays an important role in React. Although its behavior here is totally normal, these lessons are the place for an in-depth review of this, so please refer to other lessons. The above is confusing. Code editor has a component with a state that keeps track of the text. This one. It also has a method which allows you to set the text to you clicked. Okay, so here. So I suspect here is going to be on click equals curly braces standard click. And I'm not sure if maybe this is needed. Maybe have a common case here, something like that. Okay, let me read everything first. The code editor has a component with a state that keeps track of the text. Which is here, state of the text. Also has a method which allows you to set the state to set the text to you click, which is this method. However, the method doesn't work because it's using this keyword that is undefined. Here. Fix it by explicitly binding this or to the handle click method in the component's constructor. Here. So this dot state this dot. If it's not state, then it should be handle click, I think. Maybe it's handle click instead of state. I'm not sure about this part here. It's obviously not working because of the message, but the method doesn't work. Fix by this handle click method in the component. Fix it by explicitly binding this to the handle click method in the component structure. So I think this part is clear. Next, add a click handler to the button element. You should trigger the handle click. I'm not sure. We'll look in the previous challenge. I'll check. Call this on click method. And Method when the button receives a click event. Oh, let's click like this. Method you pass to the onClick handler needs curly braces because it should be interpreted directly as JavaScript. Maybe I need to put this. Doesn't work. Maybe it's my component, but then once you complete the above steps, you should be able to click the button and see you click. So I'm pretty sure that this is the part that's not right. Okay. Doesn't this work? This doesn't work either. Maybe it's this. This. Yeah, there we go. Stateless. Yeah, that's. So we have to call it exactly like it is here. This alternative. And comment this out and see what happens. Yeah, now it doesn't work because, oh, I think I get it. I think because this is binded to state, which is hello. So when you try to set it again, it doesn't understand. But when you bind to this function, then it works. It's a little bit hard to understand and a little bit confusing to understand this thing. It's kind of like the flow that I was talking before, but I'm still a little bit confused by this because I think it works like this. You call here, and then it first goes to here and defines this .state as hello, and then it tries to call it again here. But this time, this value is not this anymore. Is associated with this value here. So when it calls here, you can't find it, I think. Because there is no this on the handle click. Because it becomes in state and stuff. I think that's what's happening there. I'll probably look at the videos later and keep looking at it a bunch of times until it becomes clear to me. Sometimes I need to know the previous state when updating the state. However, state updates may be asynchronous. This means React may batch multiple set states calls into a single update. This means you can't rely on the previous value of this state or these props when calculating the next value. So you should not use code like this. The state counter does this props increment. Instead, you should pass set state, a function that allows you to access state and props. Using a function with set state guarantees you are working with the most current values of state and props. This means that the above should be rewritten as. So we pass the values here instead of doing like this, because if the application has asynchronous calls, the state might be undefined because the set state function of previous methods didn't update the state. So it might break the flow of information. But when you set it like this, the values are always gonna be binded to the most current value of state. So we don't rely on the asynchronous ones. You can, because it's not gonna need the value from the component that didn't perform the function. Not sure if this is clear, but you can also use a form without props if you need only the state. Okay, so same thing, but without props. Note that you have to wrap the object with true in parentheses, otherwise JavaScript thinks it's a block of code. My component has a visibility property which is initialized to false. Okay, so this is gonna render this state.visibility, which is false. If it's false, then we return this, and if it's not, we're gonna return this. And then here, the onClick is gonna perform a function that is gonna change the value of this visibility, which is toggle visibility. So I guess what they want to do is that this toggle visibility is gonna be a function as state. No. Oh, it has to be, if it's a function, it has to be on curly braces, I think. Oops. Yeah. Scratch that. Let me read the thing. The render method returns one view if the value of visibility is true, different view if it's false. Currently, there is no way of updating the visibility property in the component's state. The value should toggle back and forth between true and false. There is a click handler on the button which triggers a class method called toggle visibility. That's the function to set state to define. Oh. So this dot set state. And here should be a function. This doesn't work. Oh. Maybe it's because I can use the arrow or write as a function. but I think using the arrow is the correct, the function is the correct way, because I need to pass state here. And state of visibility gonna be equal to state dot visibility plus 1. So it should change every time I click. So the state of visibility toggles to the opposite value when the method is called. Visibility is false, the method sets it to true, and vice versa. Finally, click the button to see the conditional rendering of the component based on mixed state. Don't forget to bind the this keyword to the method in the constructor. Oh, so it's the other way around, I think. So it's gonna be here. No, because it has to be inside of the constructor. I already forgot how to bind it. It was something like this. Something in here. Not sure if this one is inside it. I think that should be next time. But then this doesn't work. That's a function to set state to define the method so that the state of visibility toggles to the opposite value in the method's call. I think I might need to redo the other challenges again. Don't forget to bind this keyword to the method in the constructor. So the binding should happen here. Maybe it's this state visibility or It has to be inside of. Let me think about this. I'll go to the bathroom real quick. So there are two things I need to do. One is to bind this method, the other one is to create a function that changes the value. The function, I'm pretty sure, is outside of the constructor, and the bind is inside. I just forgot how to bind it. I'll go back to the other challenges. This one. Let's do it from this one. It was like this. So this dot handle clip was this dot handle clip dot bindings. So it's this and then the function. This dot toggle visibility because this dot toggle visibility by this. and then the function. The function uses set state. Is not set state. Okay. Okay, now I think I got it. So as a component, like spark up the thing. This is the on peak one. On peak equals this dot under. It was like this, and then I have to bind it here. This is it. There we go. Now the challenging. So it should be this dot toggle visibility. This dot toggle visibility. Applies this. It's giving me a build error. Maybe it's because I don't have the function yet. This should be this. Doesn't. I have to look it up on the other ones. Oops. It doesn't have function. I don't understand why it doesn't have function. Now seems like I'm on the track. Maybe I need to pass as a value. It's gonna activate toggle visibility on this statement. See if it works. It's only visibility. I don't think this is gonna pass, but it's improvement. How can I access the value of visibility? Hmm. An anonymous function should be passed to set state. It just is. Maybe it only works if it's inside of a function. Maybe it's this, not visibility. Mm. Mm. don't think this is gonna work. This should not be used inside the. So let's think about the logic on this. Open the window maybe. So this is gonna bind the value of this to the function. And when I click, it's gonna call this dot function, which is gonna set the state depending on the value. Maybe we should put return here. Doesn't work. And I can't use this. Still, an anonymous function should be passed to the set state. Yeah, I might have to look at the hints on this one. This function should be passed to set state. This should be an anonymous function. So one is, what does it mean by this? The other one is how do I access this value right here? That's what I'm having trouble with. Click and access the function using the this, which becomes this value. The array doesn't work as well. Just put it like this. I don't know. Now I should look at the hints. This part is cool, right? You can use a JavaScript function to check for the state of an element. You can use a JavaScript function to check for the state of an element. I don't remember this. So I need to use a function to check for the state of the element, and then depending on what the state is, I change to the other one. Damn, it's really dark here. Might have to turn the lights on because of the reflection on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might have to look for the solution. I can find it on the DuckDuckGo. Did they talk about this on the other channels? Or maybe here we should put the values. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. I shouldn't have a function here. It should be here, and then I put the state. And then do this. Here. erase this. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so state equals oh. Now I should put the if. Let's see. Okay, so now this is correct. Now I should put the if statements. If state equals false. Maybe that should be this. It's false, so set it to true. And this doesn't work. Couldn't use this inside of the function. We have to change the value. And the state should be the value in my mind. Because this is binded to this function here. Maybe if visibility, no. States should be equal to visibility. After binding this, I think. Maybe state dot visibility, but I don't think that. To do that, you just press hold out and arrow keys to change the line. Why else doesn't work here? Mr. Post, sure. I don't know about this one. You have to look at the solution. First, let me look at the other exercises. Here's the function that checks this thing. I think it's something like this, but this only changes to true if it's false and doesn't go the other way around. So it doesn't just display anything here. I was not changing to true also. Otherwise it wouldn't be showing up this here. Maybe visibility here. But it doesn't change much. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the solution. I think I'm gonna get it anywhere. State.visibility. Didn't I try this before? Yeah, it isn't working. Oh, it's because of this parenthesis. Now it works. And this portion is also wrong. So, oh, that should return visibility false. And this should change the I think this changes much. yeah, those them parentheses. But I still don't think I understand this really well. So state becomes the, oh, it's always the value that has access to this property, because it's the state of the component. So if it's equals to true, you return visibility was false. I don't understand why you don't have to specify here state.visibility should gain access as well. Maybe it's because of this set state, but then why do you have to specify it here? That's the confusion now. Because this state is referring to the function inside here. It's kind of confusing. Because state gets the property of the component, which is this. It gets access to the component. And visibility, when you don't put state, it goes directly into these components. But you're setting state only inside this function here. So it's two different values, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, this is really confusing. Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna find an explanation there. So yeah. And I'm not sure how to search for this. It's kind of specific to the problem. Maybe I can search about what exactly the argument of the function refers to, but I think I understand that it's more a confusion about how this relates to the argument of the function. And how the function is able to access the state of the component by only using visibility and not the state property. I think it's because this set state is accessing the state already, and the function is inside the set state property. But then why do you need the arguments to check if it's true or not? Because if this set state is already accessing this state, then wouldn't this mean that you can just put visibility equals true or visibility equals false instead of having to write state dot visibility? I think it's referring to two different visibilities even though it's the same state. On the return, it changes the visibility on the constructor state. On the argument, it's checking the visibility on the toggle visibility state. Because this state is the argument of the function and it doesn't is the object itself, is the constructor itself. Once, try to build it again. See if I remember. Parts and easiest. Yeah. Inside of here, the sets there. Well, that's the wrong way. It's still not working. Ah, there we go. Use a typo there. From here, show the function. should work also. This function. It's probably a mistake here. Maybe this one. Is unnecessary. There we go. So I need to understand better, I think, arguments of the function, how they relate, what exactly they are accessing. Camel in this case should be equal to this dot state. Maybe I can put print. So it's visibility false. No. We should put this outside to see what it is. Visibility false. So camel is equal to the object inside him. And it still doesn't make sense to me. And why would you put dot visibility? I guess it's because you're accessing the value of camel and you're checking if it's false or true. Yeah, because this dot set state is accessing whatever is in here. So camel is gonna take the value of each object that is inside as the argument of the function. And then use dot visibility to access the value and not the object itself. The key, in this case. So camel is equivalent to the key, the key, I think. And depending which value it is. So maybe you can use also, but if you return camel, it's going to return only one value. Let's try this, just see. Okay, so this passes. I should write camel. See what. No, it doesn't work. So. Because it's true, so it's gonna return true. That's not what I want. Maybe if I do this. Yeah. Let me go to the next one. Anyway, maybe with time we will become better at understanding that. Don't think I'm gonna get anywhere. I just get stuck there. Can design a more complex stateful component by combining the concepts covered so far. These include initializing state, writing methods that set state, and assigning click handlers. Handlers should trigger these methods. The counter component keeps track of a count value in state. There are two buttons which call methods increment and decrement. Write these methods so the counter value is incremented or decremented by 1 when the appropriate button is clicked. Also create a reset method so when the reset button is clicked, the count is set to 0. Okay, so I have 3 buttons, one should increment the count. So I should have 3 functions. Each of them sets a state. And it's gonna return count plus 1, or count minus 1, or count equals 0. But it apparently should bind as well. Because I need to write something here and write something here. So to bind 3 times. Make sure you don't modify the class name of the buttons. So I also have a class name. Also remember to add the necessary bindings for the newly created methods in the constructor. So it's gonna be this dot increment with this dot increment this. I'm gonna need to do this 3 times. And here is increment. Increment the size. Expect is like this. Then I need to have 3 functions. Increment. This dot set states. And this is going to be a function as well. To do that, to ident 2 lines at the same time, you just select the lines and press Shift Tab at the same time. So apparently so far it's fine. And then maybe state.count. Plus equals 1. I don't remember it. It's like the order of plus and equal sign there. It's minus. Here should be state.count equals 0. Okay, so this is working. This is working. Nice. Okay. This was easier than the other one. How many can I see? Let me see how many left do I have until I finish this React portion. I don't remember what's the shortcuts. can't find no. Create a controlled input. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 19 out of 47 left. So I did 30, the math, 26, 28. Yeah, I did 28. I think I will do 3 more, maybe 5 more, and then I'll be done for today. Your application may have more complex interactions between state and the rendered UI. For example, form control elements for text input, such as input and text error, maintain their own state in the DOM as user types. If you React, you can move this mutable state into a React component's state. The user's input becomes part of the application states, so React controls the value of the input field. Typically, if you have React components with input fields, the user can type into it will be a controlled input form. Yeah, I can already tell that my energy is decreasing. The code editor has the skeleton of a component called controlled input to create a controlled input element. So here, controlled input is this component here. This calls the state of the input, which is here. Okay. The component's states are already initialized with an input property that holds an empty string. This value represents the text a user types into the input field. So this represents the text. First, create a method called handleChange. Has a parameter called event. When the method is called, it receives an event object that contains a string of text from the input element. You can access the string with event target value beside the method. Update the input property of the component's state with this new string. Okay, so this one's a little bit more complicated. In the render methods, create the input element above the H4 tab. Add the value attribute which is equal to the input property of the component's state. Then add onChange event renderer set to the handleChange method. Okay, so let's first begin. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do it in the constructor, the handleChange. maybe I should just bind the state here. I suppose need to bind it here. And we change this. We got handle change. Outlines this. And here I'm gonna create the handle change function. It's gonna take an event. And then this dot set state. Then this is gonna be a function. Yeah. As a parameter called event. No, so this is doesn't have a parameter. This is. It receives an event object that contains a string of text from the input element. Receives, maybe I don't think I will need to do the prop types thing because it's not asking. Update the input property of the component's state with this new string. This is the string with event.target.value. Inside the method, update the input property of the component's state with this new string. So return event.target. In the render method, create the input element above the h4 tag and then so here I should put input and it's self-posing. And here is going to have a value. It's going to be equal to something. Then it's going to have onChange. I'm not sure if I should have the maybe is equal. Which is equal to the input property of the component's state. OS should be on braces. That's the problem. Okay. Then add an onChange event handler such the handle change method. Maybe this. So obviously I'm doing something wrong here. And my guess is that is this onChange thing as well. And type in the input box that text is processed by the handle change method set as the input property in the local state. When you type in the input box, that text is processed by the handle change method set as the input property in the local state. Set as the input property in the local state. Okay. And render as the value the input box on the page. The component state is the single source of truth regarding the input data. So the binding, I think, is right. Then the handle change calls this set state, which returns the event target value. I'm pretty sure it's the on change method that is wrong. Yeah. Let me delete this and see. Now it shows up. It's still can type. Value attribute which is equal to the input property of the components state. I can find. Then adds no change event sender set to handle change method. Should be on. So it's not typing anything. Interesting. Maybe it's just state.input or this.state. It doesn't show. Object. So it has to be this.state. Just gonna make it equal to this. It's probably here. Maybe I have to do it like this. So let's see how many. The problem is on the handle change. Maybe the event should be here inside of this. It's the same problem I had on the last one, understanding how connects. Next is the string of event target value inside the methods. I'm not sure if I should put the braces as well, the parentheses. My guess is that I shouldn't. Okay. Username. I'm not sure. Doesn't look at the int. Oh, that's the problem. I figure it's something like that. Why it doesn't make sense? Maybe it's event, I think. Something. Oh, see. And it doesn't have a function. Need to make it an object. Still don't understand these arguments on the function thing. Let's see if no, it's still not working here. That's not it. Also, no. So here's telling me to binding. Oh, sure. Yeah, there we go. And this argument thing is screwing me up. Why is the argument on the function outside? And I don't need the function inside. Maybe it's the same thing, but it's just cleaner this way. I did it. Let me try to do it the other way. Doesn't work. Maybe because of this. Doesn't work as well. So in this way, when I type it, it takes everything out. What's the difference between the two? Yeah, I'll have to look this up then. To understand the scope of the functions and the arguments. The last challenge showed that React can control the internal state for certain elements like input and text error, which makes them controlled components. This applies to other form elements as well, including the regular HTML form. The myForm component is set up with an empty form with a submit handler. I think this is gonna be the last one. I don't know. We're done, actually. So the myForm component is set up with an empty form with a submit handler. So myForm. Here, myForm. Submit handler. Here's the submit. The submit handler will be called when the form is submitted. We've added a button which submits the form here. Now here, button type submit is this one. You can see it has the type of set to submit, indicating it is the button controlling the form. Add the input element in the form and set its value and won't change. So input element in the form. Set its value. Maybe it's pretty basics. and set its value and won't change attributes. It's also gonna be something here. This and will change. So far, I think that's correct. You should then complete the handle submit method. Here. And so that it sets the component state property submit the current input value in the local state. So it's for sure gonna have this. It's gonna be submit. Probably. But you also must call events.prevent default in the submit handler. Not sure if it's before or after. To prevent the default form submit behavior, which will refresh the web page. For camper convenience, the default behavior has been disabled here to prevent refreshes from resetting challenge code. Finally, create an H1. I don't remember if it's equal or not. The prevent default. I don't remember the prevent default really well. And how was it? I think we'll have to look it up. Maybe it's equal. Mix. No. I'll look it up. I don't remember. Finally, create an H1 tag after the form. Which renders the submit value from the component's state. I think that's it. You can then type in the form and click the button or press enter, and you should see your input rendered to the page. So the prevent default is probably wrong. Let's see how many this passes. Okay. Submitting the form should run and submit. Maybe it's not this, but here I put this. It makes more sense to me that it is this dot submit. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong line. This is not giving me an error here. And the submit should call event that prevent default. The H1 header should render the value of the submit field form from the component's state. So here I think it's submit instead function. It's still probably wrong, but at least this one got corrected. Submitting the form should run and submit. It should set the submit property in state equal to the current input. This part is not working for some reason. Maybe it's input here. Events.input. Something like that. It's probably it's still wrong. It should be this. And guess I'll look at the hints again. The input variable located in the state or state can be accessed by this state. Next, set the inputs and then change it, which call the function under change. Or maybe this is wrong. But then, I don't know. I think this should be right. Create the handle submit method for your component first, because your form is submitting, you will have to prevent the page from refreshing second of the set state. Method passing in an object with the different key value pairs that you want to change. In this case, you want to set submit to the value of the variable input. Set input to an empty string. This doesn't work either. That submit to the value of the variable input. Maybe I need to put on curly braces. Transet input, tran empty string. Now that your data is being handled in state, we can use this data. Create an H1 element inside of our H1 element, put the current value of submit. Remember, submit is located within state, so you need to use this dot state. Additionally, placing the variable within curly braces. So this should be right. This dot state dot submit. The only portion that's wrong is probably this one. What is wrong about it? Maybe I should put this dot input. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not look at the solution. This dot state dot input. Nah, there we go. Nice. So yeah, I thought I needed to do the same for the input to submit, but instead the submit access the input value becomes the input value, and the inputs needs to change based on the user input. So that's why it is equal to event.target.value. This target.value access the object because each part of the DOM is an object. So when you inspect the page, you can see the element. Don't remember exactly where to look at this. I remember I did this before. Sure. Event listeners here. Or maybe it's properties, I'm not sure. Event target. Constructor. Prototype. There's somewhere along here. But basically what this is doing is that is accessing the property of the object on the window. Just like you access any other object. And it's making the inputs equal that value. Which is whatever someone's gonna type here. But the submit doesn't want that, to do that. It wants to make become the equal to the input instead, because the target value for submit is gonna be a click, I think, instead of what the user is typing. Because every time you do something on the screen, it's gonna trigger a target value, I think. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it was. Yeah, I think it's on properties, not there. Anyway. Okay, I think I'm done for today. Tomorrow I'll probably continue this and finish this React portion of the code camp. And then maybe let me change the screen to see how many I have left. So there's a bunch of React left. Test state, test protection, components. So I'm on here. There's 1, 2, 3, 6, 18. 18 left on this one, and then 17. That's more time on React. I probably won't be finished before the other project starts, but I guess it's okay. When the other project starts, I'll probably do this both at the same time. And if I have difficulty with the Solidity one, I will come back here and do the challenges. And while it's supposed to last 2 weeks, the build space project. So I'm gonna do that as the main priority when it starts. And once it's finished, I will go back to the pre-code campaigns. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye.